Benson. We're gonna run the last half of the shift. With me, or watch, follow along, whatever, something like that. So Scotty is online. Hot Fudge Friday regrets. Alright, let's get this up and running. I'm going to run inside. Let's see. Probably run from here to Paso. Okay, so I'll be right back. Run inside. I want to get me some ice. Let's see what I'm looking like on the clock.
You have 5 hours and 13 minutes of remaining drive time.
Okay, I don't care. Just I want to let me change my status. Come on. I want to look at my summary. Thank you. Okay, I have 513 to work with and 531 on my 70, on my 14. So, alright, I'll run inside real quick. Manamana. Morning, guys. Alright. And get me some ice and a couple snacks. This open, so and have me some cold water to drink. I like cold water, not warm. Bitch with me. Yeah. Might as well. Okay. That's what I call high quality H2O. Okay, so I already ran 370 or so, whatever it was, miles. Yeah. I'm over 370. I'm at the Loves in Benson, Arizona, and ready to roll. And I'm on an 8-2 split. Just in the 2-hour portion of the 8-2 split right now. I should have had this. Man. I should have started release that before I went inside because I have there's something leaking back there. I think it's the brake valve or whatever. Basically it's supposed to build up pressure in the brake system and release the parking brake on the trailer, and it takes a while. I'll show you. It's leaking audibly. I need to get it fixed, but I plan to do it on my 10-hour brake, not hold up my shifts waiting to get it fixed. So I'll just show you. Oh, actually, I don't think it's low because I've been checking the tires during my brakes. I mean, when I'm doing my pre-trips, I haven't been dumping them. Double check it. Just the way it looks, though, kind of makes me think it's maybe that's where my it's something over here on the left side. On the No, it doesn't sound low. I think it's just the fact that the truck is leaning this direction. That might be why. Alright, now that's the parking brake crank. I've released the brakes. Those are supposed to be out, not in. So watch, you can hear it building up. And it'll eventually get enough built up where it'll push these cranks away from there. So that's why I need to get this trailer fixed. So I can hear it building up. It's trying. You see it says count when it does. I could hear it leaking, and when I was refilling my reefer unit last night, yeah, I verified again that I can hear audible leak. It sounds like it's coming from up over here somewhere. It's not the airbag as far as I can tell, but what I'm seeing here, the symptoms are indicative of the brake valve. You know, the brake that allows air to go into the brake system. Venting the air out and not allowing the brake system to build up its pressure. And yeah, as long as this thing sits up here against that bracket there. When I try to drive, I run the risk of dragging. See, it's starting to finally. See it finally moved. Okay, so when that happens, then my brakes are finally released, and I can move this trailer without dragging tires or brakes or whatever. So that's what I was looking for. These get fixed. I could get it done here, but my or Anthony, I don't know. I was thinking El Paso though, so I could try to get as many miles as I can on each shift before I stop and get it looked at. Alright, so now we get rolling. That's something to watch for if you're a new trucker. Remember, any audible leak can put you out of service, so gotta be aware of that. Alright, now let's go. There's another JCT over there, 4211. YKW, I'm gonna circle around here. Path of least resistance. Alright, 5 hours and 13 on my clock. It's good for about a 310, 315 range. Actually, I can run more, but that's what I trip planned for. Okay, I got 90, just about 90 miles of Arizona left. 164 of New Mexico. So that means I should get about 60 miles into New Mexico before I'd have to at least trip plan to stop. And they do, I was gonna say, they didn't graffiti that T-Rex there, did they? Look like they just put a face mask on it. Okay. A really huge face mask. Come on, let me in. Yeah, I didn't have enough flying. Wasn't pushing on my clutch brake enough. And I have kind of a certain rhythm when once I get down to 10 miles an hour is usually when I just drop it right into fifth gear so I can be able to more easily shift between those lower side gears. But I didn't do it until I was already, I didn't downshift until I was already at lower speed. Nothing here for clouds, so I don't think it's going to be a particularly scenic or picturesque kind of sunrise. Actually, I think the sun will interfere with your view for a little bit. Consider stopping out the pilot in Anthony, Texas, because I know for sure they have a truck repair service, tire repair, whatever, tire shop. I was thinking maybe I don't know if I forget if the Petro in El Paso has a tire shop or not. If they have a repair shop there at the Petro in El Paso, I'll probably go for that instead. That would be about the 37, I think it is, mile marker. So they should have about a half an hour or so of wiggle room on my 11-hour clock. how I made it as many miles as I did last night, this morning, because I slept like crap yesterday afternoon because of the fact I slept so many hours sitting at the dock door at Walmart yesterday morning. Yeah, but somehow, I got down to just under an hour left on my clock before I stopped there. I thought about running to Wilcox to do my 2-hour break, but I was getting a little tired again. There was a spot over, I think in where was I at? In between Eloy and Miranda, I'd say. Where there was construction or something and the speed limit picked up from 55 to 75. I remember getting pissed off at another trucker for waiting until I was already about to pass him before he decides to speed up. That kind of gave me a second wind for a bit. And as I got closer to Benson, I could tell the fatigue was starting to set in again. So like, you know, I'm just gonna stop here in Benson instead of Wilcox. Double benefit that it's on the same side of the interstate as the direction I'm going. Yeah, it's not unusual for truckers to do that where they are. They might try to go for places that are on the same side of along the same side of the interstate. Less time spent moving your truck at slower city speed, whatever. Yesterday, or ended up shut down further west, like in Paso or Anthony? there's a lot of dealers and stuff over there, so if they need to go on a parts run, they can get it locally. You're going through, he's not. Okay, I guess he's busy. Lost some momentum going up that hill. Slowly building it back up here. I want to go hiking up and down them. think COVID would have something to do with at least some of those. Maybe not all of them, but maybe the rioting could have factored in on some of the other, at least some of them. Arizona. 60 to go. 6-0 left to get to New Mexico.
lifestyle shopping, health and fitness, food and drink, travel, autos, video, kids. Web search. Microsoft News. Never miss a story. Get real-time breaking news with the mobile app. in-app. Fight breaks out at Browns-Bengals game, even with limited crowd. Zach Al-Khatib 20 HRS ago. Copyright provided by Sporting News. Football fans in Ohio sure are a passionate bunch. That much is evident after 6 stadium officials were needed to break up a fight during the Browns' 35-30 win over the Bengals on Thursday Night Football, a game in which Ohio Gov. Mike DeWine allowed only 6,000 attendees because of the COVID-19 pandemic. More, Joe Burrow makes 0-2 Bengals big winners after loss to Baker Mayfield. Browns. Cleveland took great pains to ensure that fans could attend Thursday's game, one of 4 that DeWine has allowed the public to attend this year, 2 for the Browns at First Energy Stadium and 2 for the Bengals at Paul Brown Stadium. Those safeguards include 6 feet of social distancing, mask, face covering requirements, health screening, on-site temperature checks and health questionnaires for all staff, enhanced cleaning and disinfecting protocols, comprehensive hygiene protocols, extensive training, signage and communication, accountability, flexibility and compliance. It seems even those safeguards couldn't stand up to the passionate fan base in attendance. What's even more curious is that Cleveland sold tickets in pods, allowing families to sit together and limiting the amount of social interaction between individuals. That said, here's hoping the actions of a few fans don't ruin it for everyone else. Microsoft may earn an affiliate commission if you purchase something through recommended links in this article. Topics for you. 23 of Frank Sinatra's beautiful lovers at Standard News. Waste stations. Ad by Taboola. Promoted links you may like. Peoria, Arizona. Did you know about this? ADU's auto insurance now quotes Shakira stuns in purple bathing suit she designed herself today on MSN.
Well, it's all ads for other shit now.
Watch 99. General Alert in our daily newsletter. General Alert. America This Week with Eric Bowling. See more. Join America This Week with Eric Bowling, Wednesday at 7 p.m. ET, 4 p.m. PT. General Alert in our daily newsletter. Sign up to receive the top and most interesting stories from around our community once a day to your inbox. Sign up here. This seems very 2020. Watch as smoke gets sucked into Pacific Storm by Scott Sistick, ComoNews.com meteorologist. Friday, September 11, 2020 AA. A swath of wildfire smoke is getting pulled into an offshore storm. Photo via GOES 17, NOAA, less than P greater than P. Seattle, Como, we've got another one for your 2020 list. I'm going to file this under, I've never seen this in my career, but I probably should have expected it this year, as some of this thick smoke from the historic fires burning in Oregon and California is now getting sucked right into a Pacific storm. Watch. See larger version here. First you had the twice in a century major east wind event in September. That combined for extremely dry air and near hurricane-force wind gusts in spots to create a nearly unprecedented extreme fire danger. The extreme fire danger forecast given by NOAA's Storm Prediction Center for NW Oregon was just the second ever given in Oregon's history. Oh, and that east wind dries further when it sinks down mountain slopes, like the Cascades and Coastal Range, bringing relative humidity ranges into the teens, and of course it hadn't rained much of anything in the past 5 weeks. As feared, all the ingredients combined to create massive forest fires that the National Weather Service estimates has so far burned about 10% of the entire forested lands along the western slopes of the Cascades between Eugene and the Columbia River. Massive forest fires mean supermassive amounts of smoke, as the Department of Ecology put it, which turned much of Oregon and Northern California into an orange haze worthy of a filming location for Blade Runner with no need for added special effects. But as strange as that all was, an even stranger event occurred. The east wind kept blowing, and instead of that smoke getting carried off to the east like in the typical flow of the planet, the smoke was carried west out to sea. A long way out to sea. NOAA has estimated the smoke has traveled from about 1,000 to offshore. This is why the marine breezes that usually clear out the cool, clean air is instead making the smoke so much worse as that ocean smoke blows our way. But farther out to sea, the smoke is getting pulled farther to the east by a wandering low-pressure system that is now sucking up the smoke into its center swirl. That low is expected to drift toward the northwest over the weekend, arriving around Monday or Tuesday and hopefully bringing some showers. And I'd hope the smoke would dissipate inside the turbulent mixing of the low before it gets here. More to explore. Las Vegas police release body cam video of deadly shooting, hostage situation, 2 adults, 1 child dead in fiery 3-vehicle crash on I-15 sponsored content. 3 steps to tell when a slot is close to hitting the jackpot. House of Fun Casino Slots app. 80s rock gods, then and now MSN. By Taboola. Sponsored links loading. Article 157 of 162. Article 158 of 162. Menu news. Man takes 5-hour bus ride carrying suitcases stuffed with body parts, cops say, by Leah Eustashevich and Kenneth Garger. September 16, 2020, 2:01 p.m. A Kentucky man was arrested after taking a 5-hour bus ride to visit his parents in Illinois, with suitcases stuffed with body parts of a woman believed to be his girlfriend, police said. Melvin Martin Jr. recently hopped on a Greyhound bus in Louisville, Kentucky, with the luggage and headed to downtown Chicago, the Chicago Sun-Times reported. Martin Jr.'s parents then took him, and, unwittingly, the bags concealing the dismembered body, to their home in Markham. That's even more crazy. Traveling body parts. David Scott, who lives across the street, told CBS Chicago. You see stuff like this on TV. The kid soon grew suspicious because Martin Jr. never unpacked the heavy bags after several days, and kept guarding them. There were some early reports of a foul odor coming from the bags, Markham Police Chief Terry White told the network. The family made the grisly discovery on Monday morning when Martin Jr. went out to the library. A human body part was discovered, said White. They immediately backed away and called police. White said the body parts appeared to be those of Martin Jr.'s 31-year-old girlfriend, according to the Sun-Times. The couple lived together in Kentucky, where other body parts were found, according to White. With the remains we have here, we have the advantage of dental records, and then of course there is DNA, White said. Of course her upper torso remains in Kentucky, so the level of their forensics, I'm sure, mirrors ours, so I'm quite sure that there's going to be a positive identification about this victim. Authorities from the FBI, Markham and Louisville were investigating. Martin Jr. was charged with a felony count of being a fugitive from justice. Additional charges are pending, police said. U Gallery. One person is in custody after allegedly taking a 5-hour bus ride to visit family in Illinois with suitcases stuffed with a woman's body parts, police said. CBS 2. CBS 2. CBS 2. Filed under buses, deaths, human remains, Illinois, Kentucky, 9/16/20 trending now. Biden Poroshenko call leaked, shedding light on secrets kept from Trump. Gettysburg, ghosts run across road in this bone-chilling video. Man takes 5-hour bus ride carrying suitcases stuffed with body parts, cops say. Newly surfaced photos give an inside look at Jeffrey Epstein's Orgy Island. Inside the GOP's bid to oust Pelosi as Speaker of the House. Woman nabs suspected arsonist, holds him at gunpoint as wildfires rage. More on. Human remains. Divers pull human remains from Central Park Pond. TikTok video of murdered pair in suitcase taken down after families pleas. Human remains found in search for missing Connecticut boy. Authorities search for human remains in Tiger King. Zoo email newsletters. Mobile apps. Contact us tips. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, email, YouTube. Copyright 2020 NYP Holdings, Inc. All rights reserved. Terms of use. Privacy. Article 159 of 162. Josh Donaldson ejected after home run, MLB.com. Over the course of about a minute, Josh Donaldson provided two dramatic turning points in the Twins' finale with the White Sox on Thursday afternoon at Guaranteed Rate Field. First, he provided a tie-breaking home run. Then he was run by home plate umpire Dan Bellino. The shenanigans took place in. Over the course of about a minute, Josh Donaldson provided two dramatic turning points in the Twins' finale with the White Sox on Thursday afternoon at Guaranteed Rate Field. First, he provided a tie-breaking home run. Then he was run by home plate umpire Dan Bellino. The shenanigans took place in the sixth inning. Donaldson connected with a 381-foot leadoff homer off Reynaldo Lopez, breaking a 2-2 tie, but he was ejected soon after he rounded the bases when Bellino appeared to take exception to Donaldson kicking dirt onto the plate as he crossed it. The dust-up started one pitch before Donaldson's homer. He and Bellino exchanged words on a strike call, though the origin of the conversation was unclear. Either Donaldson was asking if the call was made because Bellino deemed it was indeed a strike, or if he was ruling Donaldson had offered a check swing. The exchange appeared to be mostly tame, though manager Rocco Baldelli did come out to talk to Bellino, presumably to defuse the situation. Donaldson connected on the next pitch, and after he rounded the bases, he dragged his foot across home plate, bringing dirt with him. Donaldson then went back to touch the plate, perhaps thinking he may have actually missed it the first time. At that point, Bellino was already motioning for the ejection. Donaldson kicked more dirt onto the plate before exiting the field. Allison Footer is a national correspondent for MLB.com. Follow her on Twitter at AllisonFooter. Read more. Minnesota Twins. Josh Donaldson. Article 160 of 162.
I'm childish.
Pizza delivery man is killed after being lured to vacant house. Teen suspect arrested. MSN.com, yesterday. Authorities say that two teenagers lured a pizza delivery man to a vacant home to rob him, but their plan went awry and resulted in the deaths of two people, including one of the teens. Now the other teen has been charged with murder. Joshua Ungersma, 37, was making a Domino's pizza delivery late on the night of August 31, when he was approached by 19-year-old Alberto Van Meter in a robbery attempt. According to the prosecutor's probable cause affidavit obtained by the Lafayette Journal and Courier, Ungersma pulled out a firearm and shot Van Meter. A neighbor heard the shots and asked if Ungersma was okay. He instructed the neighbor to call 911. According to the probable cause affidavit, while the neighbor was calling 911, Van Meter's alleged accomplice, 17-year-old Jalen Billups, allegedly approached Ungersma and shot him several times at point-blank range. According to Wish TV, the coroner determined that Ungersma died of multiple gunshot wounds while Van Meter died of a single gunshot wound. Want to keep up with the latest crime coverage? Sign up for People's free true crime newsletter for breaking crime news, ongoing trial coverage and details of intriguing unsolved cases. Billups has been arrested and charged with 2 counts of murder, one in connection with the shooting of Ungersma and another in connection with the death of Van Meter. Under Indiana state law, Billups can be charged with Van Meter's death, even though she did not pull the trigger, because she was allegedly committing a felony that resulted in Van Meter's death. Billups has also been charged with armed robbery, 1 count of theft, 1 count of pointing a firearm and 1 count of carrying a handgun without a license. Prosecutors allege that Billups was the one who ordered the pizza for delivery and had it sent to an unoccupied dwelling. For that, she was charged with conspiracy to commit armed robbery. Billups is being held without bond, and court records do not reflect an attorney authorized to speak on her behalf. She has not yet entered a plea. Article 161 of 162. Man arrested after allegedly shooting Storage Wars star Dan Dotson's son in chest, fracturing spine. MSN.com, yesterday. A suspect has been arrested in connection with the shooting of Storage Wars star Dan Dotson's son. Garrett Wilder, 21, was arrested, without incident, on Tuesday by Havasu police, who recovered a handgun, along with a single spent shell casing, from his home, Havasu police said. Wilder is being charged with 2 counts of aggravated assault, drive-by shooting, misconduct involving weapons, disorderly conduct with a weapon and endangerment, police said. He is currently being held on a $1 million cash-only bond and is being transferred to Mojave County Sheriff's Office custody. Garrett Dotson, 22, was shot in the early hours of Sunday morning in Lake Havasu City in Arizona, along the California border. According to a Havasu police press release obtained by People, detectives determined that Garrett and Wilder exchanged words outside a residence late Saturday night, early Sunday morning. Garrett was standing outside while Wilder was sitting in a car, police said. Words continued to be exchanged between Dotson and Wilder, and as Wilder was leaving the area in the vehicle, he fired one shot from a pistol, striking Dotson in the abdomen, the press release said. Wilder left the scene after firing the single shot. Garrett was initially taken to the Havasu Regional Medical Center and was later airlifted to a hospital in Las Vegas, police said. TMZ reported that Garrett suffered a fractured spine as a result of the bullet hitting a main blood vessel, but that he was quickly moved out of the ICU after surgery. The call you never want, your son's been shot while in Lake Havasu. They said he's stable. Hashtag prayers please, Dan wrote on Twitter Sunday, sharing a picture with Garrett. Another tweet read, things changed from stable to critical condition, airlifted to Las Vegas, just landed in surgery now, praise to our Heavenly Father, hashtag prayers please. In another update, Dan said that Garrett had undergone a successful surgery and was expected to survive. Thank you to the surgeon that saved my son from bleeding out on the air trip to Vegas, the auctioneer wrote. Thank you everyone for the prayers and positive thoughts thrown our way. Garrett is out of surgery and is expected to survive. Hashtag prayerworks, hashtag prayer warriors. Thank you God for sparing my son Garrett. Dan also expressed gratitude to the medevac air crew who kept Garrett from dying on the flight, fined $7.5 million in storage unit he bought for just $500 from Storage Wars star Dan Dotson.
Damn.
On Tuesday, Dan shared another update, celebrating the arrest of the suspect. They caught him in custody.
Yep, it's morning, all right. I figured you would. So you got close enough where you can make it there in one more shift. Then it sounds like. Well, they were trying to get you to drive last night. Yeah. What a shame. I like night driving. I just don't like getting sleepy when I'm driving. That's the only part of it that sucks. You're swapping with another Scott? What's his truck number? That's Scott Strobel. So you already swapped with him, or you're heading? Oh, okay. So when is yours? When does that load Conroe do? Tomorrow afternoon. Okay. And then where's this load going that Scott gave you? Cleburne? Been a while. I think that's it down. That gives you some time. But you said you're running on recaps anyway, right, or something like that, or getting low on hours. Huh. Huh. Hmm. There you go. And you can also make on time delivery. I'm sure. Because from where did you ended up swapping in Van Horn? Oh shit, yeah, that's that's only what, like not even about maybe 500 miles. So you got 47 miles to Interstate 20, and then across I-20, it's uh, probably 430 or something like that, and then a short distance down to Cleburne. So yeah, so I figured it'd be somewhere close to 500. It's been so long since I've been to that one, I forget. I know the one in Temple you can park right outside. You can also park along that loop that goes, right by it, and then also there's that truck stop right there at that, right where 35 and that loop meet up. It's what? Yes. Oh, fresh my memory. The Petro in El Paso, does that have a tire shop? All right, good. I don't have any bad tires, but I do have a bad. I want to say it's a brake valve or something on the trailer. Makes pressure in the trailer, and then also it takes a while for it to put enough pressure in the brake system to release the parking brake. What? I already did it. I did an 8-2 split last night. I was already awake anyway, so yeah, and I only made it to um Turiaco Summit. Then I ran from there to Benson and got down to just under an hour left on my clock by the time I shut down there. Did the 2 hours there, got moving again, and I'm hoping to shut down in El Paso. That'd be ideal. That way, if I have, if the repair shop, whatever, has to go make a parts run or something, maybe they can do it. It's not so far to go. Assuming the places are even open today, which I doubt. What's that? Where? Yeah. Yeah, and I got a lot of dealers and other stuff over there also. That's why I was thinking that'd probably be better place to stop if I need maintenance done. At least I'm guessing it's the brake valve or something because it's over on the left side of the trailer somewhere. It almost sounded like it was my left rear airbag, but it was not. Yeah, it's not. It wasn't really coming from there. It was coming. Yeah, it sounded more like in between the two axles. I was trying to. Yeah, I actually crawled underneath and was trying to figure out where it was at while I was refueling the reefer unit last night, but so I couldn't figure out where exactly it was coming from. And I think because the noise from the guy the reefer unit on the guy next to me or whatever. Huh? Oh, sauces. What did you put? The hell? What are they trying to tell you it's supposed to be? Yeah. Or I'm wondering if maybe I could just call it McDonald's condiments or something. Right? Sauce there, or my bad, it's tartar sauce. I'm not gonna lie, I've always called it tartar sauce also. Knuckleheads. Common sense. What's that? Yeah. One driver, one DM had 200 drivers. How in the hell do you manage that many? Man, that's like more than 3 times as many drivers, close to about 4 times what a lot of our DMs have. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I must have a very efficient process somehow, and having drivers who don't communicate, like extensively and slow them down probably helps. Yeah, I sent Amy a nasty gram about that driver I swapped with in Belmont last week, and told her I'm not swapping with that dude again. He doesn't have any sense of urgency. It's one thing to if you ask me in advance, hey, you mind if we uh, wait till a certain, like a certain time to actually do the swap because I need sleep or whatever. And then I'll actually consider if it doesn't interfere with what I have going on. Because if it affects my schedule trying to get to the receiver, then like nope, I want to swap as soon as I get there. But yeah, if I'm gonna do a 10-hour break anyway or something, hey, knock yourself out. Just let me know when you're ready to go, and we'll make it happen. Like in that case, though, I was barely on at a point where I was gonna do my 30-minute break, and okay, so this guy, I texted him when I was leaving Kingman, said, "Hey, I just got through getting fuel. I'll be there at 0745 to 0800." So what do you know? 0750. I'm getting off the freeway there. I call him up and tell him, "Hey, I'm off the freeway here. Where are you at?" Because I told him I'd seen JCT parked along the curb behind the shop, and I was wondering if it was him. And I know he's in a regular spot facing right at the shop. Okay, I know exactly where you're at then. So I'll get in there. Yeah, and actually, I told him, all right, I'll be right there. So I get in the lot. Damn freaking bumps. Knocked my phone off the mount. Um, Now, mind you, I went around, over by where the Catskills at, and my intent was for some and get into a spot. And I had to reset all this, and I don't know. He could have been eating breakfast or but just like once I get through doing my thing, I go over to his truck and start knocking on. And what do you know? Not ready. You're not out here ready to swap when I told you already that I was going to be here around this time, and then I call you again, and then you still think it's you have so little value for my time that you decide you're going to stay in the bunk. Um, yeah, Yeah, sorry. If you got that kind of sense of urgency or respect for me, then yeah, I'm not helping you out anymore. People don't understand. People on they're swapping. There's a pretty good chance they'll see you again if you stay with the company. It's so it's. I mean, it's easier to say well, fuck you because you fucked me. So you want that home to and my load because this kid had just started driving for us like a week or two before that. And yeah, Amy was trying to get him home, I guess, so he'd get his stuff. And that was that load I had going to Temple. So I said, yeah, if so you want to get home, but then you have a swap opportunity and you don't put any effort at all into being ready to go and get the shit done when the other driver shows up, then nah, it sounds like you get your priorities in the wrong place. Looks like James Kelly is on, getting ready to roll. Remember, he said that he stopped at. Trying to remember now. Sap Brothers. I forget where is it. Who we got here? Another JCT coming the other way. No, they didn't see you bastards. Guess the wide. I guess the field of view is too wide to look over this way. Yeah. Ah. So you just got through swapping about an hour and a half ago. Then is what it sounds like. Yeah, I answered when I saw it. And then I tried to call you, but it went to voicemail. So like, okay, I guess you're busy. Yeah, and you probably didn't hear me talking back to you on the stream. I was like, I see how you are. Probably taking a shit or something. Yeah. Yeah, and then it's not even 500 miles. Yeah, that's easy to do. Yeah, hell? Well, was the guy thinking only in terms of where he wanted to be parked himself? Swapping with me. It's like if you want to be an asshole like that and park the trailer all the way on the other side of the lot when you're gonna be grabbing my trailer anyway, why don't you just go right next to my trailer, disconnect, grab my trailer and move my trailer over to where you want to be. And this was that which TA? Oh, yeah, that's it. I mean, it's like things I like and hate about that place. I mean, because for one, you got Fuddruckers there, right? I mean, which they got good food. But then you also got all the bums there too. Because what? Oh, yeah, that helps too. Yeah, I used to stop there a lot when I was in the Walmart fleet. So when I do my deliveries to the Sam's Club right there in Reno, there was nowhere along 395 that I could fuel my truck that was in our network. So I'd have to go a little bit off route to get over there to that TA to fill my tanks back up to get back to Colton with. Because I never had enough range to, even with a full tank, to get up to Reno and then back down on a single tank. Huh. As for this part of New Mexico was like the brown north, flat as a pen. We got XPO's hub group, got intermodal train coming at me. What happened? I don't think I heard about that one. I thought I did hear. I thought it was a couple who never lived in California or whatever were like freaking out over that. Oh my God, what the hell's going on? And somebody's jumping on my steps. I'm actually at a 215 freeway there at I started filling I'm looking in my rearview mirror. It's like I know there was a car back there. Just was like they didn't just hit me, did they? So I'm looking back there. I'm like, no, they're not that close to me. I mean, they're like a normal distance behind it. And then sure enough, 5 point something or one. Yeah, and then try growing up in Barstow where there are always sonic booms all the time. Every single day you'd hear sonic booms. And it's almost like having an earthquake, but it's like sudden, like boom. Yeah, and people were like, I thought it was illegal to fly supersonic speeds over the U.S. Yeah, but there's a supersonic, uh, testing training corridor, basically north of Highway 58 and in between Cambridge Junction and Barstow. That they'll fly around. They'll fly at really high speeds in, and yeah, and then I could just be out my backyard, look up in the sky over in that general direction, and yeah, see an airplane flying in that restricted zone, leaving this contrail, and you could see it was hauling ass. That might be something to get some video of at some point in time over there. You can probably see that kind of stuff during the weekdays on like when you're parked at one of the truck stops in Barstow. Pretty much any of them. Yeah, but remember, you gotta look up in the sky to. I mean, so I mean, if you're in the right spot over at Flying J, there's that probably a pretty decent amount of Flying J you can still see in that direction from. And it never fails. I get, in my Barstow Facebook group, we get, I'll get people who are new to the area and have no idea that Sonic. What was that? Other people. So you don't really have any earthquake stories then. That's what it sounds like because you sleep through them all, or the one in '89. No, is that? Oh, is that the one that hit the Bay Area? Yeah, the one. Then they disrupted the World Series. Several more that were 6.0 and larger, countless 5 point whatevers, and probably even more like fours and threes. Well, threes, usually I don't feel them unless they're close by. Normally like a three, I won't even notice them. Fours, even, I've had times where I don't notice them. Yeah, I got to where I just jokingly say, yeah, if it's not a 5.0 or larger, don't even waste my time telling me about it. It's because I don't care. It's like 5.0, then we're starting to get into like a D ticket ride or something, or whatever, freaking, not an E ticket, but the next level down. Disneyland. Do you remember those days? You don't remember that at Disneyland? Wait, how old are you again? Okay, okay, all right. Well, first time, yeah, when I was young, what they used to do is, when you'd show up at the park, you'd basically pay for this ticket book, and then the ticket book had so many like A tickets, B tickets, C's, D's, E's, whatever. And basically, the higher the letter is, the more thrilling the ride is supposed to be. So basically, like they'll have a whole bunch of kiddie ride, like a whole bunch of tickets for kiddie rides, the A tickets. And then if you ended up going through all the tickets that um, of the type you wanted more, you'd have to go back to the will call and buy another book of tickets. And so when you wanted to go on that Big Thunder Mountain Railroad or Matterhorn or Space Mountain or something, then you'd have to give them an e-ticket, and they only had so many e-tickets, so you can only do so many before you run out of those. So I would just say if it's not a 6 or 7.0 or large, or the type of earthquake, then it's not even an e-ticket for me. Yeah, even now, even a 7.0, they've not really been e-ticket rides. They've been, I guess, I don't know, to an extent they have, but never really frightened me. 'Cause even that one that happened last year in Ridgecrest, I was actually home when it happened, and I was like walking, I think I was walking from my kitchen toward my bedroom when it started. I could feel it, and like I could tell by it didn't really feel like it was extremely intense, but but it was very noticeable. And for rollers, they usually do have to be more intense for me to even notice them, because a lot of times I could be standing in a room or something, and someone right next to me can feel it, and I'm like, "What the hell are you talking about? I don't feel anything. I don't see anything going on. I don't feel anything. I don't hear anything." But they do, and then I have to stop and like pay attention. Like, oh yeah, you're right. I'm coming up on the way station. Let's see, what's its status? Passing by the exit for Loves now. Alright, so we'll have some more earthquake stories to tell when I get past the way station. What's that? Jackass. Alright, 2 miles away. I don't know why, but I always forget the exit number where the pilot and flying J are. That's like 24, isn't it? Lordsburg. For some dumb reason, I always get 26 stuck in my head, but I know it's like literally right after the way station. We got some flashy lights here. It's not telling me it's open though. Hey, look at this sign, jackass. Oh yeah, that's the sound I'd love to hear. All right. All right. So yeah, that Ridgecrest quake. First, my roommate had said the earthquake. Like, huh? Now, of course, it just suddenly, like in the middle of nowhere, saying earthquake, whatever. And I just naturally, like, what? And I'm not feeling anything or seeing or because you said that one earthquake is the only one you've really experienced. Okay. Don't pull me over because I'm over here. There's a cop right there right after the exit to the. Oh no, he's got somebody pulled over in a SUV. All right, because yeah, they're different types of earthquakes, and the experiences with each is different. So you got rollers and shakers are the two main types. There's actually a third type, but they're kind of hard to, I guess, ascertain the difference between them, or Might be, yeah, I guess they kind of have a hybrid feel to them, I guess. But okay, and so roller, usually it'll actually start. It actually feels like it's sliding around in a circular pattern, and it's quiet. Yeah, usually, yeah, you have to actually see stuff like like curtains or whatever uh, swing, or the toilet bowl swing, or water swing. Yeah, that's I have an experience with that too. And you usually don't hear anything at all, but the stronger ones, you might actually hear a little bit, but there's not a lot. It's usually just kind of from from the stuff inside your house or whatever property you're at or whatever building you're in, whatever stuff moving around there. And then you have the shakers. Oh, that's a different type of quake. Those ones you normally will hear coming before you feel them. Because you'll hear like this rumbling sound, like kind of, yeah. And yeah, so like the Landers quake, that 7.3, if I remember right, that was like that. It was, yeah, I heard the rumbling of it, and it woke me up before it actually started to shake, and then all of a sudden, and then when it shakes, it's more of a back and forth. That goes, I don't know, kind of like a lateral back and forth, and not really a circular type of feel to it. And the reason why, because yeah, the tectonic plates. One type you have basically the plate is like a vertical separation. I think kind of like the San Andreas fault. I want to say that's that type. And then there are others where it might be like two layers, one on top of the other, and it'll uh, when when Earth when land settles, whatever, that's what causes the earthquake or what builds up pressure. Uh, uh, Yeah, anyway, yeah. Okay, so the Landers quake, I remember it was like at 4 or something in the morning, and I remember waking up to it, and then okay, now this is something you don't do in an earthquake, but I did it. And that's look out the window. Because all that shaking could cause the windows to break and you to get hurt by that. And so I remember I looked out the windows. I don't know. I think it's because I wanted to see the shock waves going through the ground, like because I'd always heard about. And yeah, I saw that, but then I also saw that both of my neighbors, they had right behind their house, they had utility poles, and I remembered I could the one on the one neighbor's side. I couldn't really see the pole because all the trees and stuff in their yard, but and then it was uphill. But then the down the street neighbor, I could see that utility pole clear as day, and basically right through my backyard to it. And I see this pole like swing basically from left to right, and then the power lines that are going from that pole to the one over at the other neighbor's house, I could see them bouncing up and down. I was like, wow, this is a trip. So yeah, it was some entertainment there, and I had a water bed at the time, so got quite a nice little massage by that shaking motion. And you knew it was big because that freaking thing lasted like a good minute before it finally went away. was it, a 7071, something like that? I don't remember. That one was about 35 miles east of Barstow. And if I remember right, I think it even made a train derail. That one I felt really well too, because I was at my parents. I was still living at my parents' house in Paso when that happened, and I remember that was the first one where actually something fell down, and I think it was because it was closer to the house. Like the Landers quake was like 65 miles from our house, and then the Vector Mines quake was 35 or so. But yeah, it was pretty intense, and I remember my sister had one of her friends over. Yeah, I remember hearing her like shriek, whatever, kind of freak out over something falling, and like I get out of bed because it was, it was at night. I think I'd just gone to bed. I hadn't gone to sleep yet. Then I run out to check on one. It was just something that fell down. That was it, and then it was still going. It was hard to walk, and actually, I walked over to where the door was at. Yeah, kind of peek through the curtains outside over at the street, and yeah, same thing. I could see the shock waves going through the street. That's a trip. You gotta see this kind of stuff sometime. Yep. Let's see another one. Yeah, I remember the 6 point something over in the Palm Springs area when I was in junior high. I was at lunch playing basketball when it happened. And another one when I was at home. Um, yeah, I was in the restroom using the restroom, and I kept noticing like I was like off balance, like I kept feeling like I was getting ready to fall toward the toilet while I'm using it. And like, what the hell's going on here? Like, I felt like I was getting ready to pass out or something. So I put my hand down on the counter for support, whatever, and I started taking deep breaths or whatever, just like trying to figure out if that, hey, what the hell's going on with me? Because I've actually had that happen before, where like, just get a little faint, when I was younger, do that. But yeah, and then like it wasn't striking me enough like I was passing out. So I'm like, what the hell's going on here? Why am I feeling off balance? And then I look in the toilet bowl and I could see the water and piss like sloshing around. I'm like, what the hell? And then I go open the shower curtain because we had one of those, those massage wand things, whatever that hangs down from the shower head. And I take a look in there and I see the wand thing that's swaying around as well. I'm like, oh, okay, I know what's going on. This is an earthquake. So that's another one. Trying to think of what if there are any others worthy of mention. I think I was home for the Northridge quake too, but they said that was one of the most intense earthquakes there was in Cali, or Southern Cal, but from my end of it, it wasn't as intense as the other ones, but it was still intense. But I think that was because, let go of me, you stupid seatbelt. These freaking potholes make my seatbelt lock up. Pisses me off. Yeah, but yeah, and also where you're at in relation to the fault line, because you can be like 60 miles away from a particular epicenter, but if the fault line goes, basically parallel to where you're at, or or basically where it never gets closer, or the fault line itself never gets closer to you, then you won't feel it as much as something that might be 90 miles away, but the fault line, you know, if the fault line goes right toward you, then you're going to feel it more. And I remember when I lived in Highland, I was like, yeah, let's have a big one on the San Andreas because my house in Highland was literally like a mile away from the San Andreas Fault. The Walmart right there on Highland Avenue, kind of right by where 330 and pretty close to where 330 and 210 meet up. Yeah, the fault line pretty much goes right through where Walmart's at. No, and then I was on what's called the Pacific Plate on top of it. So you know how there's all those stupid bullshit stories about how the western half of California is going to fall off into the ocean someday because of a massive earthquake. Okay, they say that's a myth, but they say that because of you have the two plates. Yeah, I was talking about tectonic plates. They have on the west side of it is the Pacific plate, and then on the east side of it's the North American plate. And so basically, everything that's on the Pacific plate is what they're saying we're supposedly will fall into the ocean. In reality, it's moving upward toward Alaska at a very, very slow rate. Doesn't mean it's going to fall off into the ocean. It's like, do people not know how continents ended up, how, you know, they don't remember anything about geology from back in the day when I'm not a geology expert by any stretch either, but talked about, I know some evolutionary theories on that, whatever, or that the continents were all like one massive landmass back in the day, and then over time, that talking millions of even different continents that they are now. Ah, I'm jogging your memory, aren't I? I mean, there's a reason why one of my former coworkers would always call me Rain Man because I can remember a lot of stuff like that. Obviously, yes. See, they should have had me in that TV show Numbers, not that other dude. Yeah, I never really got into watching it either. Surprisingly, it just seemed a little bit. I don't know. It just didn't quite seem realistic enough. Like they were trying too hard to make it all mathematical. Yeah, I mean, yeah, make it mathematical, but do it in a realistic way. Just too much story writing that was just. Here, let's find any excuse we can to make math fit into this case solving. It's just I just had to laugh at it. It's just stupid, I guess. I find that going on that too. you got any other TV shows you watch that yeah, this is just they're trying to make it seem realistic, but it's not. It's just does a horrible job of being realistic enough for your expectations. What's that? Yeah, yeah, that's true. Okay, so do you have any particulars that you find that yeah, this is they're trying too hard to make this look realistic and they're doing a terrible job like for you? Okay, so here's one that I've always hated. I actually watched probably too many episodes of it, but at the same time, I quit watching it because of that realism concern. NCISLA. Yeah, no, because that office, whatever it is that they use, that's not believable as an office for me. It looks like there's somebody's house or something. It's like why are they doing something out of a freaking house? Yeah, it's just not believable at all. And then that Hetty or whatever, what that freaking old woman's name is, Hetty or yeah. And I'm not saying she's a bad actor at all, but I am gonna say her character is not the least bit believable as the head of a NCIS office. So just because of those things, like I can't stand the show. It's like it's not even remotely believable to me. I don't think I ever even watched that one except maybe once. Now, NCIS, the regular NCIS show, no, I've always had an interest in that one. I'd like to get caught up on it, but see, the last season that they had available on Netflix was 15, and then yeah, I know like 17 is the one that finished or something like that. And I think they're going into 18 or something like that, or but I never got a chance to see even one episode of 16 yet. So, and like I don't want to watch anything on 17 until I see 16 first. Yeah, so it kind of sucks on that end. But I mean, at least that is a little bit more believable. I mean, yeah, well, but it's not even obviously it's not realistic at all, but it's at least more believable type of realism. Oh, when he left, you kind of have a thing for Tony, huh? Yeah, his character does add a nice flavor to that show, doesn't he? With all like his little movie obscure references and trivia stuff. They got rid of who? Yeah, no, she left because she kept having issues with Mark Harmon and particularly Mark's dog. Mark's dog, I guess, was he always had, I guess, would always have his dog on the set or at the sets with them, and I guess the dog had a tendency to be a little aggressive with people. So yeah, uh, yeah, and you know what's interesting though? I don't think maybe a lot of people don't know this, but Polly Perrette, now only plays Abby. She actually has a forensic background. I mean, and they specifically picked her to play that role just because of her background. Because they were, when they were casting, they were specifically looking for somebody with that kind of a background, and came across her. And then I guess she doesn't even do makeup or anything like that, or costume or makeup stuff. What she's on the set like is exactly, I guess, how she really is in real life. Yeah, I agree though. She was a good person to have on that show. It's kind of a shame that she left. All right, okay, all right, see ya. Alright, got construction zone coming up. Cody, I'll give you a call in a minute. See what's happening. And James, 155 to fuel stop. What you doing? Yeah, I remember you said you stopped at the Sat Brothers in Nebraska City, right there where I-29 and Highway 2 meet up. thinking, dumbass? Idiot in the pickup was going to try to pass me on the right. You realize there's a reason why I came over to the left lane, right? If I'm over here and I'm the one who's a professional driver, you should learn something from me. There's a damn good reason why I'm over there. It's not an invitation for you to go pass me on the right, you freaking moron. JCT coming at me. Black QW. There's that 4074, I think it's in. There's a shadow. Made it hard to read the number. Alright, let's see what this jackass Cody is doing. No, hello. Um, yeah, I'm gonna have to be G-rated on that because I am in New Mexico, in between Separ and Deming. Ah, you're gonna go into Fargo. Actually, what's up? Oh, I was gonna say, I actually don't mind stopping in Fargo. There's that Petro there. Um, yeah, they got other stuff right around there. Yeah, yeah. You're gonna have to get pictures of it for Jesse Wyatt though, because he said that live stream I did going from I-15 and 90, or basically from Idaho up through Montana over to Spokane. He said that was the first time he'd ever seen Montana without snow. Yeah, yeah. Which one are you buying now? Bozeman or somewhere? Oh, if you're on 90 or 94. That's what I thought when you said South Dakota, but I think I want to say 90 goes through a section of Wyoming too before it gets into South Dakota. Yeah, and it comes down off the southeast end of Montana, and then drops down through the eastern end of Wyoming in a kind of southeast direction, and then and then it heads east into South Dakota. $212. And your load is going to Florida, is it? Or I forget. Georgia, that's right. Why would you go on 212? Why not just take 90 all the way over to Wisconsin and Illinois? So your route instruction actually says to take Highway 212? That's interesting. Yeah, except for Wyoming and their famously bad weather. So you can still have problems up there on 90 though, and 94, but just there's not as much truck traffic up that way, so you don't hear about so many of the problems like that Wyoming has, because Wyoming's a freaking truck haven. No, 94 goes through Minnesota. 90 does not. Yeah, yeah. So you just stay on 90. It's just your stupid route information. It's dumb. It's supposed to. It should be prioritizing interstates over U.S. highways. Basically when they run concurrently, it should be saying the interstate, not the U.S. highway. They could. It's kind of like JCT. Like if you get caught up on 90, they won't necessarily fire you, but they'll ask you what the hell you're doing off route, and then sternly warn you don't do it again. And then if you do have a habit of continuing to do it, then yeah, they can fire you. No. As far as I was concerned, I was going to tell them, no, you guys aren't paying me the miles to take 84 over to 395, so yeah, unless you're going to pay me the extra 100 miles or so, whatever it is to go that way, I'm not going that way. It's like I already made a concession and took 80 across to Little America, and then took 30 across from there up to I-15, and then 15 up, and when the shortest route would have been up 25 all the way up to um, all the way up to 90, and then take 90 across from there. Yeah, one, it's like a freight black hole for us. There's just nobody there, and So there's nobody available to rescue your load if you have a mechanical problem or other issue. And then also, if you do have an issue like a mechanical problem, there aren't as many places that I guess that can get repair services done at, and what is there is more expensive. Yeah. Uh, wouldn't necessarily say a lot because a lot of the loads that come out of Washington or going into Washington come from the Midwest, or well, not the Midwest, but like the meat patch area. The side what? Oh yeah, from that little hole in the fairing. Yeah, I've actually gotten to where I like the feeling from the back, but what I don't like is when I go to a truck stop and the def dispenser is behind the diesel dispenser instead of in front of it. Since my def tank is forward of my main tanks. Uh, yeah, yeah. I used to also get yeah, well, not used to, but I also hate dealing with truck stops where the the main and satellite dispensers are offset. Now where you line up with right in line with the dispenser on the main side, but then your satellite one is further back or forward. You've been to yeah, you've been to those kinds of flying J's. Yeah, and they drive me nuts because when I line up with one, then it turns out the satellite one won't reach the fuel tank. So then I have to get back in the truck and move it forward or whatever, or backward, whatever I need in order to make the satellite hose actually fit. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, I gotta get my AP looked at, but figured I'd wait till I get my account paid down. Ah, on, car, hurry up. So it has cloth seats. Why not? Just bad signal or something, or what? Uh, wonder if it's just not pointed in the right direction. They're taking the direct TV out? Yeah. Oh, okay. So it's not there. So they're not really doing it for like penny pinching situation. It's because it's yeah, not it's too unreliable. Yeah, right. Okay, I've seen that. Like, they have a bunch of towns and cities in Montana that start with the letter B. Billings. Yeah, nothing but bitches. Yeah. When to read this or to wait till next Monday? Because when does when do your pay periods end? That's important. That's important information to know. Damn. How how'd you do that? Huh. So you just basically skip to the very end of each video and then go straight to the quizzes? Oh, okay. Ah, okay. Got a trooper going the other way with his lights on. About 10 o'clock last night. Yeah, I'll be shutting down in El Paso. So you're saying it's going to take you longer by taking 90? Do you know how much different the miles are? 50 more miles? So 90 is actually the shorter route? I wouldn't think that it would affect your delivery then. There's still 1,800 out right now? Yeah, I don't think you can cover that in that time. Yeah, you would need 3 shifts plus 2 10-hour breaks, so we'll just say about 50 hours. That's 2 days and 2 hours, so yeah. Oh yeah, I heard about that one, just haven't seen it yet. Oh, come on. I'm surprised you turned her down. Yeah, I like warm buttons too. On over at JBS. Yeah, that's where I see Super T trucks the most at places where I go. Uh, Not so much. I'm trying to remember if I've ever seen them there. Maybe I might have, but I don't know. I doubt it. Yep. Hello. Hello. Hi. Yeah, you got used to Cali, and I guess you're more acclimatized or accustomed to where to stop and how things work there, what you can do, and all that kind of stuff. I wonder why. Uh, so get this. Yesterday, I don't know what the details were, but I guess Chloe somehow tripped and fell over copper. Yeah, and I guess she hurt herself, and Thor ended up taking her to the ER or whatever. Yes, tore an ACL. Usually, you have to twist your knee to do that. Yeah, because a lot of football players get ACL injuries from getting hit, hit there, particular like if they have a planted knee, or whatever. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Where we got here? That's 3724 Delta. Nah, yeah, she wasn't hopping around from what it sounded like. 'Cause I thought that was the first thought that came across my mind when you told me about it. But like turning or and suddenly tripping over the dog. You're talking about Asher. Uh, yeah, yeah. Because I mean, with Asher, it's like at least he's taller somewhat, and you can. Yeah, it's harder to, especially when you're Chloe's height. Um, Not so easy to miss him. Oh boy. You know, speaking of stupidity like that, one of my jiu-jitsu friends yesterday, he had posted that he was out walking his dog. He lives over near Capo, or right by where that fire, that was created by that stupid gender reveal party was started. And he's walking his dog, and it was on the dog was on the leash. His dog's like a pit bull kind of dog, whatever. Or, I don't know. Just looks kind of like that. But and I guess the one of his neighbors, I guess they had some kind of a poodle. I don't know. He just had a poodle. I don't know if it was a toy poodle or like a giant poodle or labradoodle or whatever, or something along that line. Now, I guess the dog got out. Kind of like Copper trying to attack a Great Dane. Like this little pissant dog just trying to pick a fight on a much larger dog. And because his dog is not a huge dog, but it's definitely not small. It's taller than Asher is. It's more like let's say a medium-sized dog. And, with that dense body build on it. And so, like, shit, even if this was a giant poodle, I was kind of thinking, what the hell is that damn dog gonna do to this freaking, like, thick and muscular looking dog? And, but anyway, the dog, I guess, attacks his dog, and then his dog ended up latching on to, like, the belly area or whatever, like, shit. And then he had to try to, he didn't want his dog trashing up the other dog, so he ended up putting his own dog in up. But dog just didn't get the hint, I guess, and kept trying to attack, and I guess even latched onto him. Yeah, and so he ended up getting he had like bruises on his knee, cut up knees, and he had he had bite marks and stuff on his arm, on his body, whatever. I can't remember where he got it. So then the dog yells at the owners of the poodle, like, why didn't you keep your damn dog separate under control or whatever? And so then next thing you know, I guess the poodle owners took their dog to the vet or something, and then they tried to give him the bill for it. I'm like, okay, now I guess the husband of that couple was not home at the time when this happened, and then he came home, and then he thinks that he probably just heard the wife's side of the story and doesn't know the full truth. And she probably lied about what happened or something, or for the sheriff's department, should I lit? I'm like, you want to pull this shit? All right, let your dog back out again. Next time, I'm not gonna stop my dog. I'll let my dog destroy yours. Your dog wasn't restrained. Okay. All right, bye. God, you're terrible. You can adjust the radar. Yeah, that's basically what Jesse White said he did on his truck. No, that's too far. Well, it's a good following distance, but it's too, yeah, if you're trying to pass them and they're marginally slower than you, it's, yeah, it can be a problem. Yep. Then you wonder why I want nothing to do with that crap. Yeah, and they don't, yeah, they don't allow the admin interface on the computer, or whatever, to allow it to be bypassed. Yeah, or at least every Freightliner will. Yep. So it'll probably be now, but in some companies, or at least some trucks I've heard, where the collision avoidance thing, there's sometimes some of them will just warn you that you're going to have that you're about to collide, and they won't actually do anything to control the truck. And then others, oh, it'll probably happen sooner or later. Yep. I'll be glad to never touch a truck with that piece of shit system in it ever again. Yeah, it's like if I can't be held responsible here, yeah, the Toyota MR2. Then he then he starts slowing down a little bit behind you. Uh-huh. Well, there's a lot that goes into that. CSA scores of the companies. Yeah, I'll have to let. Seriously, there's another one doing this shit. I've got a black pickup. Get the hell away from me, dude. Ask me, don't freaking camp out next. Oh, lift truck you were in. Before I was so rudely interrupted by the power lines making interference on my CB. That's what that was. I'm going underneath some power lines, and every time I do that, don't have my squelch where I want it does that. See what I mean? And it's gonna make that damn thing where it slams down the brakes when there's nothing even there to slam it on for. What I mean, Jay, what if you're in a situation like I was when you were on my truck? Yeah, yeah, pretty cool. Because I've seen Cedar England people talk about how they can tell what speed people are, passing them or going. Yeah, I know. That's how I know about. Because some of their drivers talked about that. That'd give it maybe a month or so. Yeah, because if you're too quick to look, it'll look like there's nothing on there, but then something might show up on there within the next month that you'd never know because you checked too early. So yeah, I would wait about a month and then check. Yeah, yeah, that's a bridge burned, but you never know. Don't want bridges burned if you can avoid it. Did you didn't you say he had DM experience somewhere else before? That he was spent time getting trained by Scott Conrad, and he's as young as he is. Yes, he did. Holly. I've not been. I've not been with her very long, but when I get a pre-plan out of California before I'm even empty, that's doing good because normally California specifically, I never get pre-plans until I'm already empty. Okay, yeah. So you're allowed to refuse loads, but they can only refuse so many before they tell you you have to take this one no matter what. Yeah. Yeah. Problem problem is if the customer knows that the carrier could have gotten the load delivered on time but didn't because they didn't put it in, like didn't try to do any repowers or whatever, or didn't have a driver show up when they're supposed to be there, then it makes the company look bad to the customer, and the customer can eventually, um, yeah, either stop giving them so many loads or completely stop giving them loads altogether. I don't know if this guy wants over some bike, someone on a bike there. Let him go. Let him have the option to do it if he wants it. Uh, Florida or bust. Someone on a like a road bike, a bicycle, riding on the shoulder here in their jersey thing, whatever they have, like a like a kind of tag thing, whatever, on the back saying Florida or bust. No. I would be willing to bet because of where I'm delivering to that my next load will probably come out of Center or Carthage, Texas. Pilgrim's Pride? No, I've not been to that one. Is that a pickup or a delivery? Yeah, Daniel Finney. It's like, why is this Super T driver waving at me? I believe it. Because when I've done pickups over at JBS, I've heard them talk about how Sierra England and Super T drivers are the worst ones they have there. Yeah. They said they like dealing with us because we're usually pretty good. But yeah, that guard, the supervisor over in the guard check, that one guy who can kind of be an asshole. When did that happen? No, no, no. The one in the receiving office or shipping office, whatever. The one who kind of who supervises that office there. Yeah, it's a I don't know 50 something looking kind of or maybe 60 something looking white guy. Kind of not he's not short and he's yeah no no I know that guy you're talking about though. But no, yeah, it's a different guy. I've seen him in there, and he can be a little bit of an asshole at times, but he's otherwise, yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, all right. All right, phone's still running a little bit hot, so I can't really see what you guys are saying. I can see Yolanda is online now, though, and Terry as well. How you guys doing? Aside from that, I have no idea what you guys are saying. It's 76-degree weather here. Maybe a little bit cooler. And just passed by the Border Patrol checkpoint on the westbound side. And is at the 121 mile marker. So a little over 40 miles, 40 to go to get to Texas. And got 37, I think it's 37 miles into Texas before I get to the Petro. I'd run further. I'd like to go all the way up to, I guess, Esperanza or something, but I need to get this trailer looked at with that air, whatever that audible leak is. Actually, I'm not completely certain that I can reach Esperanza anyway. left of New Mexico, so that would put me around the mid 80s, which would be just a hair short of what I'd need to get to Esperanza. So if I wasn't having a trailer problem, yeah, I would absolutely consider stopping in Esperanza. This time around, I plan to stop at the Petro in El Paso off, I think it's exit 37. So I can get the trailer in the shop and see if they can maybe replace that valve or whatever it is that's causing it. Only marginally slower than me, so I'll back off to 68 and see what happens here. If I stay the same distance behind him, I'll go ahead and pass him, but if he starts to pull away from me, I'll just stay behind him. couple of trucks and a four-wheeler being on me. Cessna 210 turbo flying up there. Probably Border Patrol. Because I know Border Patrol uses Cessna 210s. The 210 turbos that has retractable landing gear and all that. Speeds up too high. Just now saw what because my phone finally cooled down. I can see you're asking if the air is feeding back to my release valve. Yeah, it takes a while for the air to. Yeah, I can hear it going through my release valve. I'm not gonna hang out behind you like this. You're doing the same speed I'm wanting to go. Overboard, now when I get to petrol, I'll show you again. And it actually is a potential problem there with functionality of the brakes because it could cause them to lock up sooner. Do a DOT brake check or something to show you that I might 25, interchange coming up. Of course, we stand on I-10. crossing in Texas now. Damn it, truck. I can't move. There's traffic passing me. doing, Michael? About to pass by loop through 70 now. Come on, man. An asshole. Speed up now that I'm trying to pass you. Sitting in a freaking block of that lane because you're ass now. Why are you so stupid? Less than 30 to go. Got an hour and 21 left on my clock. I can actually get to Esperanza, but I got an air leak on my trailer that I want to get looked at. So I plan to shut down here in town and on the east end of El Paso. So I get that looked at, hopefully fixed. me you're not still in Minnesota or North Dakota or wherever the hell it was. I'm in El Paso right now. Get over to the other side of town and I'm going to shut down. Pennsylvania, okay. That's good. You're getting pretty close then. It sounds like you might make it to New Jersey today or tomorrow. So Pennsylvania is a pretty long state. Welcome some sleep when I shut down. Pacific time last night. And I'm down to an hour and 4 left on my clock now. All right, 10 miles to go. A shithole, but they have really good Mexican food there. And I'm a Mexican food snob because of my wife, so if I say it's pretty good, it's yeah, it's good. Slingshot, that's what it's called. Only her and one of her brothers was born here in the U.S. Everybody else was born in Mexico. Loop 375 here. I guess Mesilla Valley Transport has a terminal right here. See it over here on the south side of the 10, just on the west side of 375. Filipina, okay. Oh, what's that, I'm forgetting the name of that egg roll thing, whatever that Filipinos make a lot. That's some good stuff, though. Just brain farting on the name of it. Boulevard, exit 2 miles. That'll be the exit I'll be taking. Guess the speed limit went up to 60, back up to 70 or something because this TOI truck right here decided to speed up. Flying J has a shop or not. I know the Petro does. So usually, I don't always, I don't very often go stopping in this area at all. Wouldn't mind shutting down at Flying J so I can get a shower while I'm in the area, but I need to get this trailer taken care of too. side, I can't tell. I'm pretty sure this petrol has a shop. I'll have to double check though. I think I'm mixing it up with somewhere else. Some kind of shop over there off to that right. Can't tell if it's in this lot or a different one though.
Alright, let's rock.
Yeah, looks like it's here in looks like it's in on the south end of this part of the lot here. Shop here. Well, screw that. If they don't have an actual shop here, I'll go across the street to Flying J and just get my shower. And they might have a shower there at the shop there anyway. I don't know if this is Flying J's shop or what. It looks like it's. Oh. Never mind, I see it now. Yeah, I just saw a TA truck service building, sign on a building over there behind me. Oh, this is TA truck service here. Okay. Did not know that. It's misleading because of the way it's across the street and all that. What do we got here? 4093 Alpha. Park and then I'll get checked in. Looks like that's clear. Hey, what's up, Carl? And Clueless. Come on. Alright. Alright, I'll show you guys what kind of problem I'm having here. Oh. Yeah. Let me leave the air going to it. Alright, so yeah, I'm not hearing anything right now, but well, actually, see, now it's making a liar out of me. So I was hearing it earlier. Apparently I got a gremlin. Seems like it's fine now, but it sure as hell wasn't when I did my pre-trip. So let's close the valve and take another look. Yeah, I'm not getting his mud flats all chewed up. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not hearing anything at all. I'm all lost there now. Why am I not having a problem now when I did earlier? Alright. I was looking at the shadow. I was using that to try to guess how close I was to this guy. Now, this guy's encroaching in my spotlight. Yeah, I'm not by very far, but he is. But now I know I have more room to work with. Because, it always works this way when I'm backing into a back-to-back spot like this, which I normally don't like to do. It always looks like you're about to hit the person when you really aren't. Alright, so apparently I'm not going to have a problem with my trailer, so if that be the case, I think I'd rather go to Flying J so I can get me a shower. So, how about that? Alright, so now, yeah. Now let's go to Flying J. Oh, there is a JCT coming in the park right now, almost at one spot over behind me. Silver KW. Yeah. So yeah, so I want a chance to get a shower, and I don't want to be done with this mess here. Make sure my trailer was going to clear the front end of that guy over on my blind side. Pretty sure I turned at the right time, but I just wanted to slow down just to be extra sure that I was okay. other driveway because, oh wait, no, actually, yeah. I thought for a minute I was thinking I need the U-turn lane, but I don't. Yeah, I want the left turn lane, not the U-turn. Oh wait, yeah, actually I can use the U-turn lane to get in there. I've always used the side street. As long as the U-turn lane is truck legal, because sometimes they aren't. U-turn lane. Need over all the way, and it looks like after this pickup goes by, I'll be able to. The JCT over here, Silver KW. Dude, what are you doing? Got here 4344 Alpha. Turn. Turn. Back. Damn it, someone pulled into that spot. Well, that blew up in my face. Somebody pulled into it before I got a chance to get in it. And plenty of back-to-back spots too. Just somebody's doing a military move. It's either the pickup pulling a U-Haul trailer and you know, these guys have a shop too, just if I do end up needing one. gotta go for one of these, because I don't like to use these back-to-back kind of spots. Yeah, I'm gonna turn around. I'll use the back-to-back stuff. I mean, I'll use one of these. Normally we're just on a U-turn setup, but I don't know there's enough room to do a U-turn setup here, so. Back over that way. There we go. Let's go ahead and get that. I've tapped it. Go a little bit forward. There we go. Okay. So yeah, this will work out better for me because that way I can get a shower here before I leave tonight. Looks like right at midnight local time, at noon local time, so about 10 o'clock tonight, a little bit after actually, will be when I will be ready to roll again. Again, that's middle of the night kind of stuff, and there's going to be chunks that where I don't have good signal anyway, so there's not much point in trying to stream it because it's going to be really bad with the signal. And at night on top of it, so 300. If I do about 350 or so, that'd put me around the 400 mile marker. What is that? 400. I think it would put me right in Sonora, Texas. Yeah, the Love's in Sonora, Texas. That would probably be a good spot for my 30 or. If I end up doing an 8-2 split, we'll figure out. I don't know. I might do an 8-2. Because I do 8. Because I usually take naps. I don't sleep enough, so. Like last night, I started driving a couple hours earlier than I would have normally, but just because, I have the clock to work with, and I'm sitting here awake anyway. If I'm sitting here picking my ass, wishing I was sleeping, but not. Might as well just get my truck moving and then drive until I'm tired and then take a couple hour nap, drive the rest of the shift, and then here I can I can do the same routine. As long as I'm doing at least a 2-hour break in the middle of my shift, then the drive time that I burn before the 2-hour break, I get back at the end of my 8-hour sleeper burn. If I take even a 1 hour and 59 or less break in the middle of the shift, I don't get any. I don't get even an ounce of drive time back, or 1 second of drive time back over what's already on my clock. So to explain this a little bit more for those of you guys who are, I know like Carl and Charles, you guys are experienced drivers, but. Okay, I got 40 minutes left on my 11-hour clock. That's my drive clock. So, if I do an 8-2 split, what I work, I'm at 8 hours. It depends on the break and the shift. Since this shift, I took a 2-hour break in Benson, Arizona. So that means what drive time I burned between the start of my shift and when I did the 2-hour break, I get that drive time back. But if I did, let's say, an hour and 50-minute break, then I don't get any of that drive time back until I do a 2-hour break first. So really, I would only be able to do 40 minutes of driving before I'd have to take a 2-hour break, and then at that point, there's no point in even trying to do an 8-2 split, unless that 40 minutes is got ran down by my 14-hour clock and just prevented me from getting to a particular place that I needed to get to, and like get to a shipper that I would otherwise be late to or something. Now that's where that part of the 8-2 split can still be useful, but like in this shift, I ran as much time as I could. I think I had 6:49 or something like that on my drive clock when I started after the 8-2, 8 hours in sleeper berth, and then I ran all the way down to just under an hour left before I stopped in Benson. So let's say I get 5:45. We'll just this back to the 40, then I'm going to have about 6.5 hours to work with by the time I do an 8-hour sleeper berth period here. So yeah, if I wanted to, I got about a little after 8 p.m. tonight. I could always get my truck moving then and then drive a good 6 hours. That would get me to 2 in the morning or so, or actually 3, because I'm going to switch from mountain time to central time during that period, and then I'd have to do a 2-hour break, and then I can run the rest of my shift from there. The last 4 or 5 hours. I don't know. We'll see how I'm feeling tonight. It's not a big hurry, but at the same time, I want to be in a position where I can ideally, hopefully, be at the receiver in a position to do a 10-hour break while I'm there, in conjunction with doing my delivery. So, but then gotta think about my recaps. I'll probably have like 15 hours left, and then it's a question of how long before I get into. I'll show you. All right, so my last reset was on the 15th. So we'll go to my 8-day. So the 15th, I had 3 hours come back. So I got 3 days of no recaps. Yeah, this shows times right there, but because my reset was done on that 4th day, I don't get any of this time back. Those are all zeros in reality. And see, 0 and 0, and there'll be a third 0. Okay. So 303, and then just 1139, 755. All right, so really I'll have 2 days of running with no recaps, because by the time I start driving at night, it'll already roll into the next day. That's assuming I do a 10-hour break. By the time I get through delivering this load, so then chances are they'll probably send me up to Carthage or Center, Texas for a Tyson load after I get done with this one, just because of where I'm delivering this load to. Just makes the most sense, because that's that's probably one of the closest shippers we have. Alright, Clueless, major trucking stops on East Riverside near me. Scott may have been to one. Many off Sycamore Canyon Boulevard. Truck stops on Sycamore Canyon? No. There aren't any truck stops over there. Yeah, no, for those of you guys who aren't familiar with the Riverside area, Sycamore Canyon is pretty much right next to the 215 and 60 freeways. Then there's, there are actually a lot of customers off Sycamore Canyon over, because Meridian Parkway over there by Moreno Valley and Riverside area turns into, I think that's the one that turns into, Pretty sure Meridian's the one that turns into Sycamore Canyon when you go north of Alessandro. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Clueless. It's been a bit, but I'm pretty sure that's correct. Alright, adios for now. Get a shower and something to eat. Yeah, I shower right before I drive. I like to do that to feel fresh. Now, hour now. Alright, clock off duty. Bye for now. Alright, yeah. Come on. Alright. So yeah, I'll be back online hopefully tomorrow. Oh, there's a Super T truck right there, Cody. I don't know if Cody's watching still, but there's a Super T truck right there trying to back into a spot, and that's the same company that Cody went to just recently. Okay, so anyway, yeah, we'll see you guys probably sometime tomorrow. Still shitty signal there in between the Sonora and San Antonio area, but yeah, I'll probably go online for that because it'll be you'll have actually some daylight and actually stuff to look at besides just darkness and road. So, all right, we'll see you guys then. All right, thanks for hanging out, and we'll see you guys.